I've been sketching a little bit, so this is not the kind of live stream where I have no idea what I'm doing. So I have been doing like rough pencil sketching beforehand and doing some Google SketchUp studies in this perspective. Because the camera angle that I'm going to be doing here, this is going to be a super unspeed paintable, let's just say that way. It's going to be very heavy. I'm gonna be starting with my Collage paintbrush and just going through a really quick iteration of this. So I've been looking at a lot of Pokémon reviews, and in those reviews, one thing that kind of like stood out to me is that everybody seems to be like liking the general core loop of the Pokémon ZA games. So it was honestly a little bit of a positive surprise, given how kind of like savage the entire fan base tends to be. But one thing that was like in all of the reviews is that everybody was like expecting that there would be more than just the main city where you get to run around in. But turns out that that really was everything that was in Lumiose City. And personally, I don't think that's a bad choice, but me, like just anybody who is like new to me, before I even started this channel, I worked for over a decade as a concept artist. So the concept artist in me, seeing this game, and I was just thinking that like this has such a very interesting visual problem-solving situation going on that I know that like Pokemon Company would never hire me to do any of this stuff, and I hope that no Pokemon fans are annoyed by me doing this. But I just thought that this is such an interesting challenge to kind of like talk through and see like what I would basically do with the environment design. Now, one approach to this would be that if we were to add one new zone into the Pokémon ZA game as a downloadable content, then we would need to add a whole chunk somewhere outside the city, basically, or it would have to be completely underground because all of the city is basically all in use by the game already. So that is a little bit off limits for what I can do. Because I don't think addressing the problem that people have with the entire game feeling a little bit claustrophobic outdoors can be addressed by just going underground. I don't think that's the right way to do it. So I thought, what if we just design a park? Like a proper park, not just like small area with a few trees, but an entire like zone fully dedicated to bushes and just trees, and just looking at the game and what kind of like visual output like it normally has. I think what most of the, I'm gonna try and stick to the same brush that I had earlier, Collage oil. So this is the same brush that I used in the previous tree painting in the previous live stream. In the live stream I said that like I will probably need to still work on this brush, but like it honestly works so perfectly. This is from my oil painting set that I see no reason to tweak this anymore. I think it's done. So anyway, sorry that I'm all over the place. I'm kind of like, I've been thinking about this idea like even before Pokemon ZNA was released, and I just couldn't get it out of my head. I just thought that I really want to do this. I really want to like go into that like whole visual problem solving mode and basically do their homework for them. I don't know if that makes sense. This is the part of like concept art that I really love, the visual problem solving part. So I wanted to get into it, and I wanted to kind of share that process of what kind of ideas like a concept artist would have to consider, like when you are designing an environment like this. So the first thing that you need to know that this entire camera angle, and the reason why I mapped the entire perspective grid beforehand and did some sketching, is because this is fundamentally unspeed paintable, like literally unspeed paintable. So for that reason, I wanted there to be like some kind of like pre-made assets for myself, and that's why I'm starting with these kind of like green areas. Maybe like just putting in like a look for what the colors could be. And I was already thinking about the colors quite a bit as I started. And the main idea with these colors is that it needs to hit kind of two areas simultaneously. Like one area that the colors do need to kind of like accomplish is that they need to fit the look of the game, but they also need to communicate Paris, basically. And the look of all Pokemon games, like as a franchise, they have this like sort of like washed out bright colors, but kind of desaturated because everything has a little bit of white added to them type of color palette. Now they have been changing recently, like little by little, into more vibrant and saturated direction. And I think trying to balance kind of those two different extremes is what I wanted to do here. So the entire idea for this like painting is that I'm trying to design a park into Lumiose City with the look that the game has already established. And also considering what came before that, X and Y. And the reason why I added these kind of like wild non-green colors in here as well, because what I loved about X and Y is the very in-depth gardening system where you could plant and breed different kinds of species of berries. And I think that could be an idea that would work well with the park idea, or maybe rooftop idea. So maybe there could be some kind of like rooftop garden area in addition to this big park zone to kind of blend the city with the park zone. As a park, I looked at references from France, obviously, and all of the big Paris parks. But the problem with those is, and not that there's a problem with Paris designing parks the way that they want to do, like honestly, they're free to do whatever they want, is that the kind of like main look, I'm just gonna do a quick overview. So the main look of every single park in France is that they are incredibly symmetrical. So if they have roads, they just like repeat the same thing on both sides, or they have these like massive areas that are organized. Now, this is a way to make something look very French, sure, but does it provide an interesting variety to what is already in Pokémon Z&A? I think not. I don't think that's solving the location fatigue that people are feeling. I think the overall look that I get when I'm looking at people like running around is that you are in between like large walls most of the time. There are no moments where you can kind of like see broken landscape, for the lack of a better word. That part that makes nature interesting, I don't see that. This is probably too saturated, but I'm painting this on a separate layer so that it will be easy to edit. I'm putting on the drawing assist because I'm basically drawing boxes here. My idea with all of these houses and the cityscape is that if I have to cut corners somewhere during this live stream, I'm gonna focus on getting the geometry and the boundaries for the park done. But for the design of the park itself, like the houses are not really a part of it, or the city itself that is behind there. So if I do that after the stream, then I wouldn't have lost any of the like the design aspects of the park. So those are kind of my priorities for this right now. If you really want to keep to the theme of the game, you could also make use of the Quasartico tech used around the wild zones and so on, the vibrant hologram barriers and stuff. Yes, I have thought about like the events, especially the events that are closed off, and for that reason, like even though we have this like very large area with water and trees, I'm going to try to divide it with like bridges and water areas into different zones. So that it will be like easy for the game designers to use within the already existing systems within Pokémon Z&A. So within the existing systems, if there was just like one area that was like 1/4 of the entire landmass, it would be incompatible with all of the gameplay systems elsewhere. So for that reason, even though I want to give the impression of like a large open space where there are connections to every other area within this space, I want to give also opportunities for the game designers to kind of like make that area interesting. And when needed, they can close off areas and maybe open up some areas little by little as the player progresses. So for example, if you were entering this park for the first time in the game, maybe you would have access to only like some small area of the park. And maybe there could be some kind of event happening, like a bridge construction or something, where it could be easy to kind of close off one area and gradually give the player more access. And when it comes to like big areas like this, that's also one way that game designers often kind of teach the player with the environment designers how to navigate the space. If you just like throw the player into like large open space, they might feel really lost sometimes. So the direction that I am thinking for this, and I have absolutely no reference for it, but this triangle that I put in here earlier, I thought that this could be the central tower. And behind that, somewhere over here, there is that other very large building, tall building, off in the distance. And therefore, we are looking at the water that is running through the city. And this is going to somewhere, I'm just gonna like really quickly check the map. So this is a river that is going towards routes 16 and route 4. Within X and Y, it's already designated as a green zone. And I was thinking of like maybe I should like incorporate those things that are already in there to this. But maybe that would take up too much of the usable space. I think these sort of elements, like when you think about concept art, I think these are where you get the ideas. They don't restrict the ideas, but when you have restrictions like these, then you can very easily start kind of like thinking around them. Like, okay, we have these sort of restrictions, and then when you already know some of the pain points that players might experience because of the way that the environments are designed, then it's much easier to kind of like start coming up with ideas that are relevant, not just like random ideas of doing whatever, but you really want to come up with ideas that complement what is already there. And even though somebody might think that like there's too much city in Pokemon Z and A, but if it's just paired with something that is working as like sugar to the salt, then both of those elements benefit from it, and they can start working like just in tandem in a way that by themselves they don't feel the same. I have to say that as a concept artist, whenever I see discussions about Pokemon games, I think that like the one thing that personally annoys me in those sort of like critique things, like people feel like they are like have all the right answers, but I honestly think that the visual problems that there are in the current Pokemon games, that they are not, I'm not saying that they don't have like graphical problems to overcome, they do, but I think a lot of that could just be solved with visual design. And I think in all the videos that I have seen on this topic, they all say that like just like the graphics are bad. But I think that's kind of too easy. Like, to me, it's not just a graphics problem. I think it's also a visual design problem, because you have the tech, and if you're a concept artist, you basically know what you have to work with. So if you know that you can't have like an insane draw distance, don't make people walk like long stretches of space where they can see the pop-in happen. Like, make the environment kind of like winding so that you can use stand-in assets, like for example flat textures for building surfaces, or like flat textures for entire trees, like in Zelda. And if the visual design supports it, you can kind of like fake much better quality graphics just with the environment and visual design of the environment. If I think about, for example, Pokemon Let's Go games, I love those. And I'm a big fan of the original Red and Blue as well. Like, Red and Blue are probably like my favorite Pokemon games of all time. And even as a Red and Blue fan, I thought that Pokemon Let's Go games like perfectly captured the essence of what Red and Blue was, and I think they look beautiful. Absolutely nobody, in my opinion, was complaining about the graphics, just because the visual design was supporting what they were able to do with the graphics. Whenever I tell people that I have this experience as a concept artist, and then I also say that like I am also a gamer, I used to think that that's obvious. Like, obviously I'm a gamer because I'm a concept artist, but not so. Like, you would be surprised how few of the concept artists are actually gamers. But once I tell people that I do play games, and that's the experience that I have used as a concept artist as well, I've noticed that people often assume that I like to play kind of like high graphical fidelity games. Like, that doesn't interest me at all. Whatever was released this week or last week or even last year, usually like the new games tend to have like a little bit of like bland visuals to me, because the graphics are so good that they really didn't care about the visual design as much. No, of course, like there are tons of games that have like amazing graphics and also just as amazing visuals. I'm not saying that, but like just as a whole, I think I'm more drawn towards indie studios and indie games, just because like they don't have that card to play with. Like, they can't compete with Modern Warfare graphics if they have like 1,000th the budget. Like, that's just not an option. So the only option to stand out is to look unique, and I tend to like those a little bit more. Some people might find this like really upsetting, but like, for example, a lot of people seem to think that like Pokemon should look like what Palworld now does, which is basically like the most default asset store looking visuals that there can be, and I feel like that's a terrible idea. I think Palworld looks terrible. Like, the one original asset that they have made that is not like stolen or AI generated is the environment design, and I think it's just like completely unremarkable in every way, just to me. Now, back to Pokemon Let's Go games. Like, I really thought that we would be getting more of those. it's pretty clear that they sold like crazy, but I'm curious, like, why wasn't there like Pokemon Let's Go like silver and gold version? I would have been so down to play that. And gold is my favorite Pokemon game of all time, like right after Red and Blue generation. I'm not sure if they will do more Let's Go games, because if they were turning it into a franchise, then they are going about it in a very inefficient way. But even as a remake, like just using that same kind of like very retro art style, I think it's perfectly fine. Then they hired some external developer for Pearl, and what was the other one? I don't remember what Pearl was paired with. But they had this like more chibi aesthetic, which was like, you already had like a working thing, why do you need to reinvent the wheel? But honestly, I didn't hate the way that Pearl looked either. I think it's fine. Okay, I'm just gonna start sketching in some water areas. Do I have this on a separate layer? No, I don't. Damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna start again. Now with the colors and the brush choice that I have for this, the purpose of these is not to mimic the current art style. I'm not gonna try to turn this into a 3D render in any way. The point of these colors and the brush that I'm using is to kind of like give the essence. Like if people can see that like, yeah, we can understand like this could be in X and Y based on these colors and this look that you have designed, then it's working. It's not supposed to be like a full screenshot. And I have to say that like my experience as a concept artist is like a little bit different than the experience that most people have, because I have been doing a lot of concept art that is exactly trying to like mimic what the game is supposed to be looking like. I have done a lot of concept art that is supposed to be like, this is the look and tech that we need for the graphics, and this is the kind of like visual fidelity that we are aiming for. That is not like the industry standard. People are like way more used to like sketchy stuff. Also at this point, I wanna kind of like clarify like one point that people do tend to get wrong about concept art a lot of the time. And as a concept art teacher, like after I stopped doing video games full time, I also started teaching concept art. Like I was still a concept artist while I started teaching concept art. So I have met a lot of students. I've been doing teaching now for I think 7 7-8 years. It's a long time. Like, one very common misconception that I see that like people assume that the promotional art that they see online, that is concept art. Promotional artwork is not concept art. The point of concept art is not to be pretty. It's not supposed to impress anyone. It's purely meant to work as like idea generation device. So you can talk all you want of like all of these features and ideas that you have in a... What are these meetings that I absolutely hate called? Brainstorming. Yeah. Brainstorming is useless. Like, it doesn't actually provide anything useful. Like, I don't think a single idea that has been useful has ever come out of like a brainstorming sessions. And I've been in hundreds. It can be like inspiring to get started on doing something else, but it's not useful. So you will have all of these ideas, and then you need to actually start doing something. And then concept art is the cheapest way to actually try and do like the low cost version of it, because you're just one person working on this thing. Like, the cost of producing the asset is like your hourly salary basically. So you can generate multiple paintings for just like, let's say like 1,000 euros. And then you already have like a very clear idea of what the thing could be looking like that you are aiming for. And that provides everybody a whole lot more information. I'm trying to like visualize like different steps and the way that I could put this entire thing into perspective, and maybe use this green as the green grass color. Why brainstorm when you can draw? I think that brainstorming can be a good way to kind of like get everybody on the same page what you're trying to do. But in those meetings, I've always said, like, I'm trying to aim the camera a little bit so that I don't have to twist my entire face. Oh. What was I trying to say? Yeah, I always try to kind of like give a disclaimer that like, let's first see what it looks, because talking about it is not the same as seeing it. And I think I've done this long enough to know that that is absolutely true. The irony of sending you a message about missing lives only to see you doing a live. Yes. Hello, Setsuna. Since we are in Lumiose City, and a big part of this game is the nighttime scene, we can also like think about what every area could look like in nighttime mode. Basically, kind of like giving the entire zone two different looks with just one design. Now, the areas where we have plenty of sunlight and like these green spaces, if we think about the nighttime battles in Pokémon ZA or ZA, all of the lights are artificial lights. So we are gonna need to plop down some beams for artificial lighting here, And I think that's an interesting way to kind of like give a duality to the space, so that all of the man-made lights in these zones, they are lit during the night. But if I, for example, do this like one big green area over here, and because it's just a green field, like, well, it would be kind of strange to put just a ton of street lamps there. So it's going to be a dark area during the night. And during the day, all of the spaces where we are going to put down tons of different trees, those are going to be dark during the day. I think one element that Pokémon Let's Go and also X and Y do really well is that they have these sort of like different spaces of forests where the entire kind of like ceiling is hidden by this like canopy of leaves. And it just gives the entire zone a different type of a feel. And if you think about location fatigue that some people might be feeling in ZA, in every area you can look up and see the sky, you can navigate that way by looking at the landmarks. But I think there's also like some kind of like good quality in not being able to navigate that well, like having some areas that are kind of like harder to navigate, more like labyrinths. And we can do that in few different ways. I'm just gonna do a new layer where I can start sketching in this detail. What is this? These are the waterfalls. So in city, where all of the roads have these 90-degree turns, if the entire city is on a grid, then it just makes it really easy to navigate from place to place. So straight roads are easy to navigate. But if all of the different paths aren't 90-degree turns, like this one, but if some of those are like kind of like organic, what if this road starts going here and then just like wind through next to the river, and then if this is a steep hill, we can kind of like squiggle it into the woods, and then you won't be even able to see the other end of this route if we have a forest there. Then we are kind of like creating these different pathways where you're not fully seeing the entire route as you're walking on it. And it's making the navigation more difficult. And sometimes just learning the layout of a space, if it's not like a completely impossible labyrinth all the time, sometimes that can be part of the fun. When you start feeling like, now I have learned this entire place like the back of my hands. I know that if I go here, I can go up this bridge probably, and then here there might be like stairs, and then a way back to the city. Like all of these kind of like different winding paths where you don't see the end road always. They can give this sort of like more adventurous look to the area. Maybe here there could be stairs down here on this lower level. just blocking in the entire look bit by bit. Oh, Hades 2. I haven't played even Hades 1 yet, but I do love the way that game looks. I mean, doing like a concept art stream on Hades would be... I'm not gonna even attempt that. They definitely don't need my help in any way. They seem to be doing just fine. So what if there was like a pathway to a lower level here? I'm just trying to look at the entire space and thinking of them as like steps. One idea with this kind of like more vertical space was that, like, as I was looking at the reviews and gameplay of ZA, it seems like everything is on like a flat level, and sometimes all you need to do for like making navigation like easier, if it's like very labyrinth, is just to put everything on like a consistent incline. So for example, if you're on a lower level here, you can always understand like what pathway is towards the city as you are like going upwards, like as the entire park is in these sort of like multiple different levels going into this like one massive hole here basically. One way to navigate in a game environment, because navigation is really something that you as a concept artist need to be thinking about all the time, because navigation in 3D space, it's always like 10 times harder than in any normal living environment. Like one way to kind of make that easier as well, and this is something that I learned from post-mortem of Half-Life 2, back when game developer Insider was called Gamasutra. They wrote this article there where they went through all the different ways in navigating the player through the environment, because it's not just a three-dimensional environment. Half-Life 2 is a first-person shooter game, so like in first-person navigation is like even more difficult than in third-person, because you have such a limited view. You're basically looking through a small tunnel all the time. So in that postmortem, they said that in the river level, people were getting lost all the time. So that's the reason why they developed the entire system to make it possible for people to see like which direction was the river flowing. So that can also be used as a navigational guide for the player. If you just look at the water and you see that it's coming from that direction, if you know that you came from the direction of the water source, like it already makes it easier to navigate even very complex environments with just this one simple visual cue. I'm also trying to give all of these like different steps, these clearings, that even if there are trees, if you go further away from those trees on those clearings, you will be able to kind of like see further ahead, you might be able to see the tower and the buildings further in the distance, and that kind of like puts you on the map visually. I also wanted to include different types of elements like these cliff faces and rocks and different water areas to kind of make it like a natural area where multiple different Pokemon species could live in the wild. Esther randomly googling me. Oh, sorry that you weren't notified. But to be fair, I only put up the live notification an hour before I actually started. That's because tomorrow I will be shooting second part of the interviews for that like Baltic Sea conservation project. So all of these things need to be packed up for that. And I thought that this is the only moment that I can do some actual painting, and I've been kind of like dreading this entire Pokemon Park project, and I just thought like, what if I just do it? Like, what if I'm never going to be ready and prepared enough for it to be perfect? What if I just start? And that's why we're here. Okay, I think it's time to do like one single tree so that I can at least see if we can kind of get it to look like something. Let's do one over here, like a mid-distance one, and then maybe I can copy-paste that all over the place. This could be a base. I'm gonna try to do like a kind of generic one. As I was preparing for this, I was looking at the trees in ZA, but also the trees in X and Y. Because X and Y battle scenes, I think they have pretty good art style for the trees that is not too cartoony and not too realistic. So I thought like, if I can somehow land in between those art styles, then I'm pretty happy. Kind of round, friendly, fluffy trees, but still considering that it's a ZA environment now, I'm gonna give it a little bit more texture at the edge of the shadow to design this shape to be a bit more interesting. Let's make it a little bit softer. They used this effect in Let's Go games. It basically had a gradient on the entire tree, and I thought that looked lovely. Instead of brown, I'm gonna go with a very desaturated green. Give it a little bit more length. I'm not going to do more sticks because I can always vary the different trees that way. I'm gonna do duplication of both of these. Get it down a little bit. And start from the back. They all look super copy-pasted because they are, but it's not that difficult to go in and make every one of these trees a little bit unique. In this area, I want there to be mostly green trees. I'm gonna start making this a bit smaller. I'm gonna go back behind everything. And all of these other trees, I'm just gonna merge together. Just to keep the layers usable for myself. Think about this like almost like a base for the trees, the same way that those houses are a base for houses. Adapat officially saying to Esther, you can tag people, just add them at Esther C. Hoffman. But yeah, replies are hard. I like chaos sometimes. Yeah, I think like after add, it usually gives a list. But YouTube phone is kind of coming a bit later in all of the features compared to PC. Oh, spouse got a new job. Say congrats to them from me, even though they probably have no idea who I am. Okay, trees. Let's do some windows. By the way, if anybody wants this ZNA color palette, you can screenshot it here, but if you're a channel member, it's already in the membership downloads. I already put it in there. along with this brush as well. So what am I doing now? I'm doing a window. Okay. I'm doing more than a window. I'm doing a row of windows. Sorry to hear about your job difficulties, Esther. That does sound really stressful. I can empathize. I have to say that, like, money is a big incentive for me to do this video project as well that I'm doing tomorrow, just to keep this channel alive. I've also been thinking about releasing the oil painting set on Gumroad to make a little bit money if somebody wants to buy it. But I'll have to see how that goes. I was thinking that like do a trailer for the brush set and put it on the channel so that people know that it exists. I think it's kind of like easy to skip if you don't want to see it. I think when I release stuff on Gumroad, it's kind of hard for people to kind of like notice that I even did anything, because not everybody is reading their newsletters that I send when I release a new product. And it's not like I'm sending tons of newsletters, it's only when I have something new to release. I might work on these windows later a little bit more, but I think it's important to have like a little bit of an idea of what the buildings look like, right? I also have this thing, like as a Finnish person, that for me it's really difficult to kind of like market the things that I'm selling because I really don't want to bother people. But at the same time, things that I make sometimes like they take. I've been working on this like oil painting set for months now. It does like need some kind of marketing if I'm have any hope of like people knowing that it even exists. But at the same time, there's always this kind of like weird side that like I really don't want to bother people with my things, which is like completely incompatible with the idea that I'm supposed to be my own business owner that is supposed to run this business somehow and make income. I'm really not good at that stuff. How are we doing on time? 1 hour. Okay, like I can see that some bones are starting to emerge, but I have my work cut out for me here. We're gonna have like a big cloud over here to kind of like highlight these landmarks in the distance. Okay. They are in the same room with us. Okay, so congrats for the new job. That's amazing. Setsuna, I don't wanna like cause any like undue stress for you, but are you doing NaNoWriMo this year? Yesterday I was shocked about the bike drawing info and thought my brother would find it curious too. I just went like, there's this Finnish artist I follow and I joined this community. Look what just shared about people not knowing about how bikes work. And of course, he didn't know how to draw bikes from memory too. Yeah, that was funny, yes. So according to this like recent study, most adults that don't actively have cycling as a hobby can't draw a bike. Like 40% don't know how to draw a bike. Like, even though like those 40% who can't draw a bike are absolutely like convinced that they are able to draw like a bike, and they weren't asking them to do like a beautiful or well rendered bike or anything, like just a stick figure of like what connections go where on a bicycle so that it works. Like basically like a stick figure is like, this is how a human works, these are how the limbs are connected. That version of a bicycle was asked of these like research people to like put down on paper, and these people that were convinced that they could do it, 40% like did like absolutely insane contraptions that have nothing to do with how bicycles look, work, or function. So we have all of these things that like we are so convinced that we have these skills that we don't have. And I just thought that that was super funny, because I remember back when I did one of these like kind of a Ghibli-esque old houses that had that like Studio Ghibli like weird tired pink paint color. I just thought that like the perfect way to kind of like accessorize this painting would be to just like lean a yellow bike next to it, but turns out bikes are hard and I had no idea. This was before I was like doing any cycling in my life. And I had to go into Google SketchUp and do a whole like 3D model and render of a bike to finish that painting. Just letting the colors mix on canvas, like without really thinking about the individual hues, just creating like illusion of visual noise that is in the similar color space here to just create a sense of depth here. I think that's okay. What is nano controversy? I have missed all the internet drama once again. Oh, Esther wishes you all the best. I've been job hunting with no success as of yet. I do have a job at the moment, but almost every day I go there with less and less enthusiasm. Yeah, unfortunately, I know what that is like. Back before I went freelance, like I used to care about every single detail in the games that we were making, and I felt so passionately about like making every game like the absolutely best possible version that it could be. But they were like also like successful that the company grew quite a bit, and it just feels like the bigger company that you are working in, like the less interesting the work got. Because in the beginning, I was basically just doing absolutely everything, honestly, like just everything. And it might be like that's like a lot of responsibility for anybody to do, and it was. But at the same time, I had like tons of creative freedom, and it's just not as exciting to work on a project where 50 people are doing like very, very specified small tasks, and you just don't feel that impact of your work. And I just felt like nobody even knows that I am here, like outside of the company. Like I was absolutely like working my ass off, but I just felt like if I go online, nobody has any idea that I have made all this art and like done all this visual design. For example, if I was actually doing like park design for Pokémon Z and A, absolutely nobody would know that I did it or what role I played in the creation of that thing. I would have dedicated like years of my life to that like one single product, and nobody would know that I even exist. And then when you repeat that over and over again, I just felt like I want to make art and I want people to know that I'm here and I did it. And I don't feel at all selfish for saying that. I just had this like need to for other people know that I exist, because at the time I was also like incredibly lonely, like really lonely. And the weird thing is that when I went freelance, like I met like way less people face to face. Like for example, this week, I haven't met that many people, but I just don't have that kind of like crushing feeling of loneliness kind of choking me all the time. And it was really bad. I think like big part of that was just like feeling like insignificant in some ways. And I've been able to meet all of these interesting creative people, like especially not just the people that are in the membership of this YouTube channel, but everybody who I have like met through Instagram, like all of these like creative people who are practicing art and like doing art, just like having this like entire creative community around me, definitely I think that's the type of connection that I needed, like not so much like physically meeting people. I also had the opportunity to talk with James Julier a few weeks ago. He just contacted me and like wanted to talk about certain things when it comes to like doing YouTube art and like, basically technical things. Like I don't want to kind of like reveal what he said. Like just the kind of like information that we shared is something that only us that are doing this job could talk about, and it just meant so much to me that somebody like that would just like contact me at all. Like, that to me felt really nice. Okay, let's work on these water areas. I think they are kind of crap. That's nice writing. Third book in the series. It's incredibly productive. Nano runners were doing some real bad stuff, like not appropriate for chat. Now I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued, but also I have to say that I'm not like one thing that I have been kind of, as much as I love the art community on YouTube and on Instagram, I have to say that like I have this like one thing that is like absolutely annoying the crap out of me. And this didn't used to be the case like at all. I think this is a recent development in YouTube, like ArtTubers, the entire scene, is that this sort of like drama between ArtTubers, it's just like, who cares? Like every now and then, like there's somebody said something mean about another ArtTuber, and then there are these like 1 hour long like face cam talks about like this drama that is happening, and I'm here like, where is the actual art? Like for example, like somebody explaining that some art hosting website made some kind of a policy change, and the entire like 20-minute video is just about that one thing, and it's this person talking to a camera the entire thing, and then the video ends. Like, who is like making any paintings anymore? Like, why do I have it? Like, why would I care what you have to say when like you're not making any art? When did that stop being an important part of creating an art video? I don't know. I'm like, you could just as well be painting when you talk about this stuff. But now it's just like people talking to the camera and explaining like different parts of the process and so on. Like, I don't need your face for this, honestly. Like, just paint for something, like lead by example, please. I'm begging you. That part, to me, feels strange. And I think that didn't used to be the case. I've been very clear that like this YouTube channel that you are looking at right now, this would not exist without Robin Sealark. And I was just able to like a few days ago to able to send her an Instagram direct message that I assume that she read, where I explained this. I ended the message by saying that I'm not asking for anything, I just wanted to say thank you. And in her videos, she paints. And even still, when she makes new videos, she paints in those videos. Or makes some kind of art. And that's always what I've respected about her content, among other things. But while all this like culture of like what an arttuber means to be on YouTube changed around her, her content stayed the same, and I appreciate that. I think this entire area could be covered in trees. So right as you exit the dense city, you can get this view of the entire park next to this waterfall, but right as you enter the park, it kind of like swallows you immediately. I think that would be an interesting way to experience the space. And then it opens up more once you get out of it here. Here there would be just building shadows. Building shadows can also be like a shape design element that can be easily used to direct the eye. Like here I am basically wiping out the contrast on the right side corner, and that's just telling the viewer to return to the image. I said, let's work on this water, and then I proceeded not to work on the water. I'm gonna try to focus another time now. Silvinka is saying, oh, I understand. When I was with my boss, I feel more alone and lonely than I'm working by myself. It doesn't say a word or just a bare minimum. Setsuna is saying that this type of drama tube is all over crafting and book channels too. I mean, art is hard enough. Like, I hate that so much of like the algorithm is pushing towards this type of negativity too, and I have to be kind of like accountable for this as well. Like sometimes I do like negative YouTube titles, and to be honest, I don't think I'm going to stop. I think I'm always going to do like inspirational titles, negative titles, and some other that would fit the video content, and I'm going to always run it through the ABC testing process. But like very often the negative titles win. It's just always like whenever you want to make a video that where the entire script is like, here's how to like stop your creative art block and start being productive. The 3 steps that you need to do to be more productive with your art goals. Like if that's the video content, like if you go through the million different steps of ABC testing, like what people will click for and enter the video for is always something that like your art sucks and your mom's a cunt. Like that will always get more clicks than something like actionable. And I hate it. I hate it so much. Because you swear so rarely. Yes. Some people have complained that I'm not angry enough to be Angry Mikko. Sorry, I can still feel that like my voice is not back to normal after the flu, but it's a slow progress. I love painting water. Like whenever you have like a massive art project that has like tons of things to do, if you just put yourself like a few areas where you can just have fun for a little while, kind of like mentally reset before going back to the hard stuff. I think that's an easy way to kind of like keep the motivation. Just make sure that you don't do all of the fun parts as the first thing, because you want there to be like few fun elements for you to work on that will motivate you to go through all of those like difficult areas. And I know that your process has some elements that are not as fun and feel like they are more work. Those are the elements that I'm talking about. I think it's nice when I'm doing the membership content on this channel that like, if I do, for example, a lecture on like a specific topic, like I did a topic on game space design, then it's just like, I think like 30-minute or 1-hour lecture on this topic, and I don't need to sell it in any way. Like this is a lecture that has like very dense information. I think I did a 1-hour lecture on just how to paint glows as well. And it's just that. And I don't need to spend an entire day like thinking about the packaging and titling. And I can just focus on like making the lecture as useful as it can be. And I think that's why the membership stuff is like not just good value for the users on channels, but it's also like as a content creator and as an art teacher, it's just so freeing to sometimes to be rid of this sort of like click game stuff for once. It can sometimes feel like really demotivating, especially if you know that like this is a really important topic, but it's not worth making if I can't like get people to like watch it. And I'm also like not above like the hidden carrot thing, like kind of like selling the video as with like one idea that here is how to easily solve this like difficult, very common problem, and then sliding in some information that people don't know to look for. Because like, for example, when you go to an art class, you don't always go there thinking like, I want them to teach me this thing. I need to have this information, because you don't know what you don't know. And I think it's the responsibility, like the moral responsibility of a good teacher to not just cater to what they think they want to know, but like what are the actual tools in how to create art. Otherwise you are just kind of like not giving them abilities to think on their own and be creatives on their own, and you're making them dependent on your information. And I think the true purpose of an art teacher should be to enable people to be creative and free without you. Should I do more yellowish trees in this part? Kind of trying to create them as shape language. This is a pretty saturated yellow, so I'm gonna turn it down a notch. I can always like crank it up more later if I need more saturation, but I just don't want to hit that ceiling quite yet. It's kind of too early for that. I'm trying to create a different brushstroke grouping for this type of tree, but it's a little bit different than the green ones. And then when I do the subsurface scattering glow to this, I'm gonna give it reddish tint to turn it more kind of like orange between the transition from light to shadow. Esther is saying, it's nice to find these precious cozy places like here. Yes. I already felt like that in my very first live streams, even though I was absolutely terrified. I was like so scared back then to paint live, which was like also nonsense because absolutely nobody was watching those. So I have absolutely no reason to even think about potential viewers at all. But already back then, and I sometimes kind of like forget that I was doing it live with a time limit. Already back then, I kind of loved it. This is the glow, so I just duplicated that clipping mask and now I went to the lower version of that clipping mask, adding a Gaussian blur to it, and that is giving that glow. I'm just duplicating this once more because the glow is also reducing opacity of it a bit. And this is smooshing it more than what I did with the green one, but I'm going to also change the hue so that all of those different edges are going to remain relatively sharp like this. I'm gonna go into my dark set and find the cliff thing. Where is it? That the cliffs brush? I'm pretty sure that I have lost it somewhere. Okay, it's gritty cliffs. Great. It's gonna do like one entire layer of this texture. And then fill this layer underneath with one single color. Select this texture and then select the inverse of that texture. And for that, I'm gonna create a mask. And now I have all of this nice stuff to work with. I'll just like try to stretch it so it is going in the direction where I want it to in most of this. Every time I do these sort of like stretches, I know that I'm destroying the texture, so that's why I'm making a duplicate. I just have a version that I can use for other parts of the piece. I'm just erasing the edges so that there isn't like one straight line somewhere accidentally. Same here. Using that same texture over here as well. I'm going to merge these and then I'm going to apply approximately the similar perspective skew that I have in the perspective grid that you can see on screen. I'm crushing the texture so that I just can get that like condensed noise in the areas that I want. That's it. And then I'm just gonna drop it as a clipping mask over this. I'm also gonna drop it as a clipping mask over the shadows. For the shadows, I'm going to make this version a little bit darker. And less saturated. The shadows are super saturated, so instead of like desaturating the entire thing, I'm gonna go in here and work the color. Is this really how desaturated it already is? Look how saturated this looks. Dear Lord. Color relativity for you people. This is what that looks like. My coworkers are losing their minds. Apparently there's a new update coming to Animal Crossing in January. Yeah, I just saw an Instagram post, but it just had a screenshot. And apparently the update is only coming to Switch 2. And I'm like way too broke for that, but maybe someday. Does that also mean that next Animal Crossing is super far away and we shouldn't get our hopes up for one coming anytime soon? Which I'm honestly fine with. Like, most of my life has been, when it comes to gaming, just managing cows in Core Keeper. Since I'm designing a park for Lumiose City in Pokémon ZA here, I have to say that the Pokémon that I'm most looking forward to playing is X and Y again on 3DS. I have so many 3DS games that I haven't played completely yet, so I want to give them a go. I did play X and Y, but I think it's one of those games that has like a lot of replay value by just using a different team. I've also never done the whole like Nuzlocke challenge in any game, and I think X and Y would probably be a good one for that, because I really like the look of the Pokemon roster in that one. Maybe one pink one over here as well. These are almost like magnets, kind of like introducing the painting by being an accent color in this color space. Actually, instead of trees in this corner, what if there was just like a banister of some kind? Like a handrail type of thing that we are overlooking this entire park from somewhere high up. I think that's like a cool visual concept to kind of sell the mood and idea and put us in a place. I think that's one way to kind of like bring mood into a piece. I think one element that I was like always struggling with when it comes to environment design concept pieces, like when you are doing a concept piece, even though I said earlier that like it's really not about the concept piece being pretty, it just needs to be a good idea. Like that's really all that matters. But you do have to sell it. And I think that this is like one other idea that most concept art students like absolutely do not expect when it comes to like concept art classes, that a big part of my classes has always been like selling your project, because I have seen so many like concept art interns come in and just absolutely burn out in flames like in a matter of weeks, because they do not understand that like doing the concept art part is only half of the work. The other half is actually selling your idea into the production. So you have to explain your like reasoning for all of those design choices that you are making and make other people like basically understand why this is a good idea. Like why having the park in these sort of like different steps, all of those like things, like you can divide it into zones for different gameplay experiences. It can help navigation because there is a clear goal that there's like a higher up place, and then you can unlock different levels in portions. You can make the navigation easier or harder. based on all of these sort of like different gate points that you have through this design. Those sort of like elements, it might sound super simple, but like most people don't understand that you actually have to speak up and sell the idea. Not just to a publisher, but to people in the team. Like there might be somebody whose job it is to spend 3 weeks modeling like different park cobblestones if you decide to include this area into the game. Oh, there's an update for both versions of Animal Crossing. Now I'm excited. I always thought that Animal Crossing already ran fine. I think like it's one game where the visual design is making that entire game look just amazing already. So I think most people who were playing Animal Crossing weren't like, we wish that this was on a better, beefier hardware. No, we just wanted to have more stuff, mostly. I personally wanted to have a little bit more like gameplay systems than stuff. I think Animal Crossing games have always had like just tons and tons of items. In my opinion, it really doesn't need more. I think this kind of like brings in human scale to things. Maybe? Maybe for this I could check out some of the plants that are in the gardening system in X and Y. I think that could be a good way to kind of loop it back into that. On the left side, I think the garden could be more interesting, or park, if it kind of curved upwards from here, so that one of these buildings is like built on the side. Do I have the houses above everything? Yes. That's not a good idea. So here, if I, instead of having this be just like a flat area, what if this was just like a very steep hill, just continued upwards? And I think this could kind of lead into rooftop gardens, because rooftops are also a really big part of 7A environment, and just having like different ways to access this public park, I think that could make it more interesting. Instead of just being like one of the normal rooftops, like maybe this could be rooftop garden. And we can continue here a bit more. I think the rooftop areas in Zal look a little bit similar as well. So this could be like one way to give variety and just battle that visual fatigue, which is really the main point that we are doing any of this. So Setsuna is saying they're introducing a hotel, Dream Islands. You can customize more storage space and a ton more items. I thought they were done with updates, but apparently they said LFG. I thought that the entire Animal Crossing team like very publicly said that like no more updates, like not just like we're not making them anymore, but I think they like actually said we're done, that's it, no more. Which, even if that was the case, I think as a developer, I think that's kind of a bad PR choice. So I think a lot of people in Animal Crossing community were like, okay, we're gonna just stop playing now, because if you don't care, like, we feel dumb, like, being here and waiting for new stuff. But they could have just, like, quietly stopped making things. Honestly, I never understood why they stopped in the first place, because it was so ridiculously successful that just for the maintaining and, like, even boosting the brand value, just making more would have made so much more sense. Everybody was waiting for gardening, why wouldn't they just do it? Surely it wouldn't be that much work. They already had the turnip system. But when it comes to these things, like, honestly, who am I to criticize what Nintendo is doing? Like, clearly they know. They have some kind of a plan. One would hope. Okay. Doing more highlights for this. I had this thing with Animal Crossing that I love the entire, like, terraforming aspect of it. I think it's really cool, and I loved seeing what everybody makes with it. But by the way, I've been a huge Animal Crossing fan, like, ever since the GameCube era, really. What was I supposed to say? Yes, with the terraforming of Animal Crossing, that, like, I felt like I came to this, like, natural paradise island, the way that it's presented in the game, that I felt like I can't touch the island or fiddle with it too much. It felt like I was doing something wrong, and I'm not trying to put this problem on anybody else. Like, by all means, like, terraform your island and make beautiful things out of it. But I just thought that, like, I can do decorations on the island, but, like, the structure of it, I felt like it was somehow sacred to me. Like, maybe it turn it into a limitation that, like, allowed me to be creative with it. But I just felt like I don't want to touch it too much. Is that weird? It's probably weird. I just had a weird idea that I need to try. And duplicate this layer and then tap it down and then duplicate it again, tap it down again, and once more. And then I'm gonna bring up the lowest layer. Alpha lock it and then try to find a little bit lighter color for it. I don't know what Vivi is communicating, probably trying to get my boyfriend's attention. Usually around this time, she needs food and playtime. I don't know if the execution is quite there, but I was thinking that X and Y had this hedge maze behind one of the mansions. And I think that could be like an interesting gameplay idea. Like if you had a maze that you could kind of change the layout of. I think the colors of the maze work, but I think for readability, I need to make it like way less dense. But for the colors, I'm just gonna leave it in there and fix that later. For the layout of it. I think this could be like showing like a promenade where you have more architectural garden space leading back into the city. Needed to quickly Google what the Lumiose tower looks like. So I'm just gonna try to make the silhouette look a little bit more like that. I just need to get half of it right because I can duplicate the other side. It's still a little bit too chunky. Yes, it is. I have these on separate layers so I can mold them on their own. Cut and paste in Procreate is so handy because it returns it to the same place. I know that you can Control J in Photoshop, but I just tend not to. That leads into problems. Quickly looking at the different buildings, don't see anything other at all except like this thing behind it. I'm just gonna make it more basically boring. Okay. Hey, Esther. Sorry again about my voice. I will try to speak whenever I feel like I have a voice. It's a little bit touch and go. Every day I feel a little bit better, but the healing process is slow. Here I'm inventing a new brushstroke group again. It's just like one round arc and then dots underneath, like a pointillistic cloud. Now every single tree species has its own brushstroke grouping to give all of them a little bit more visual identity. So much work ahead of me. Like, even after this stream, I can tell that this is not going to be quick, but probably fun. I'm kind of excited about all of the different possibilities that I have with the environment already. Like for example here, maybe there could be like a very steep set of stairs leading up to this level, and it could be like one of those things that like can provide an opportunity for the player to learn more about the environment as they play, because that set of stairs would be, I'm gonna do a new layer so that I can explain what I'm talking about. So if I do a set of stairs here, like a very steep set of stairs, but there is this corner, then the possible locations where you could see that these stairs even exist is just this area. So that can be like one of those navigational features where the environment is easy to navigate, but it does require that you dedicate time in there to get to know the place, and then it will reward back with this ease of movement through different spaces. It's gonna do this like steep set of stairs over here, maybe with a rest area in here. The wall behind here is a little bit too noisy for all of this to read, so I'm simplifying it quite a bit. Maybe this area could even be concrete, kind of like be built just for the stairs to be safe and easy to navigate. Finishing off on the texture on this side of the cliff as well, just to trying to bring that readability into here. With all of this textured process, I usually kind of like put a lot of noise in the base and then clean it up, because the kind of like work intensive part is to get that texture in there in the first place. And then once you start working on it, it takes so long that you can easily kind of like forget when to stop once you're working on those sort of like texture surfaces. So I think it's kind of like faster to get to the end result by going overboard first and then toning it back into something that looks decent. You can see that all the individual parts and pieces don't really make sense in the beginning, but once you have like enough elements, they will all start kind of like informing each other. Like this road is in the wrong place, like this pathway is too thick or thin. It's all about just like filling in those pieces of information so that you can paint the painting. And when you start doing a piece, you have none of that information. You might have a vague idea that this is the look that I am going for. But it's important to note and remember that the painting will provide you with the information that you need. But all of that stuff comes like only after you have filled in like information pieces for yourself to work off of. Before that, you are just working blind. And if you feel like you don't know how to do anything, that's completely normal. That's just like you working without the information yet. This body mass of water needs to come through somewhere, so I'm gonna connect it to the water mass on the left side. And because this is a city, it's just like a side river, so that the water masses are distributed evenly in this park to avoid any kind of like dangerous flooding. And this is going to provide another opportunity to do like one more small bridge, or maybe those like skipping stones that were all over the place in X and Y. Instead of bridges, you would have all of these interactive parts to hop across some water areas. I think it's just like provided a different form of movement, and providing different forms of movement. It just turns the player movement into player self-expression in a way. I think that's always a cool idea when you have that opportunity to put that in your game. This looks like a Pokémon postcard. Okay, something is working. One thing that I absolutely like, I thought as like this must happen is like maybe some kind of like a road pattern that would be like a Pokeball. Like I know that this would be like makes sense in a large area. The entire park design could be based on something like this. But just for an open space, I think this could be a cool idea. Except it's not a cool idea if I do it on the wrong layer. Maybe I could use this as a kind of like a grid for a flower arrangement on the ground. This is the type of nonsense that I usually go into, like once most of the things are done. So this is one of the reasons why I love doing like big pieces where the environment can be like an entire adventure when you look at it, because it allows for this type of stuff in a completely different way. Okay, now I'm setting it into the wrong perspective grid lines. Wow, this is breaking my brain. This is the corner that I needed. Okay. By the way, has anybody seen the Pokémon stop motion TV show on Netflix? Because I just love that so much. The only problem with it is that like there aren't enough episodes, because I think that to me is like the perfect TV show to watch at home when I'm sick. I request a Marie chilling in one of the fields because Permafrost is awesome. I strictly chose this very far away distant camera angle so that I wouldn't need to do like 1 billion Pokemon in the park design. But I can consider like small dots because they would literally be dots from this camera angle. Maybe those seagull looking flying bird Pokemon. Those I could bring close enough to the camera that we could actually see them. Before I forget, I'm just gonna like swipe across the screen view. I know that they have like very straight wings. I don't know what this track is, but I think it sounds amazing. I think all of these texture layers are a little bit too much right now, so I'm just gonna bunch everything together so I can just paint and make some forward momentum. I was looking for what layer any single item is, like it's just too much work. I said that this is unspeed paintable, but like we're closing in on 3rd hour, so I think the overall impression is like slowly starting to form in there. Pokémon Concerts, yes. I think it's a super cool TV show. And then the stepping stones that I was talking about, before I forget them. Like, when you're creating like a concept for an environment, and then you, in the process of creating it, you come up with all of these ideas, instead of like thinking about all of the rendering and lighting and composition and all of that stuff, I think it's better to treat your entire concept painting almost like a notepad, that like when all of these ideas come to you, just like put them in right away, and then figure like the look of them later on. Like you can render them and make them look good and fit in the environment, but just like having the maximum amount of just like ideas in general, it does such a huge part in like making an environment concept seem like something that people want to go into and explore, because ultimately that's what you want to create with a successful environment concept art piece. Is like if you can create not just answers but compelling questions, you want to make people play that game in their heads, and then whoever is like in charge of making decisions is like, I have this friction now, like you have given me this friction that I want to do this thing in this game experience that we are creating, but it's not there yet. And then we need to make the decision that like, okay, let's dedicate development resources into making this happen. So you do need to sell the idea like verbally as well. Like you need to go to people and explain like all of these things, like why would this area be fun, and like why would it be a good complement to the existing gameplay experience. But before you get to the explaining, you also need to actually have the ideas to sell. And if all of those are in your concept piece, it's so much easier to sell the piece by like the entire concept by explaining all kinds of activities that you have designed to take place in that environment. Here's one more bridge, because I think that like bridge inherently, to me, I'm like crazy about bridges, but to me bridges like inherently like sell this idea of adventure. I'm gonna hide parts of this so that you can just like peek through that exploration opportunity, kind of making the viewer work for the answers within the piece. This is a cheap way to create texture out of something that I have already made. just wrapping it around this element and then changing the color to something a little bit more cool. This is the same again, it's just vertically flipped. I really don't like having 4 of any single element, so I'm just gonna duplicate this tree. And I think it would probably be better up here. Here. I'm gonna use the same spacing to make it look like there's this boulevard that is continuing here, and that is continuing that kind of like more landscape part of the park, which is more of the look that Pokémon currently has. It's going to give a little bit of variety to the height of these trees, so that they're all slightly different even though they are the same. I think visually having another row of trees here can explain that this is actually a hill that is going upwards. This tree is definitely off perspective, so I'm fixing it. I have so many layers. Wow. And I am thinking, where are my houses? Honestly, I have no idea where they are. Those are the windows. But how low do I need to pull them? So that houses come on top. Here. Okay. I don't wanna get into too small details. I think that was kind of tiny in the bigger scheme of things. Like, I just wanna make progress. At some point I also have to end this stream and actually eat because I am starving. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast really properly. And I'm pretty happy with the way that it's coming together. There's like one more like actual like design element that I haven't put into place here, and since I was looking through so many different like Pokemon 7a reviews in preparing for this environment concept, like one of the elements that was criticized in the reviews that like was that there is an underground section, but it's only like one small part in the entire game. So I thought that like one way to incorporate that, if you think about Paris being like the source of inspiration for the look of the town, would be like catacombs. And since this entire park is kind of like going downwards in lower levels, like I could introduce like one entrance to the catacombs from here. So like that section would be like more like a sewer type of an area where you can see like this surface of water also. So I think that kind of entrance could be somewhere around here. And I think that could be like perfect. One of those like small things when you look at the concept and you just see it and you're like, oh, what's over there? I want to go and explore. That's the type of question in a concept image that is more of an interesting question rather than an answer. Where does that lead? What is behind that? How does that work? Those are always more powerful like ways to sell your concept piece rather than explaining. Like, of course, you want to understand your own stories that you are building in your worlds every time so that you can build that history in there, but to present it in a way that can preserve that mystery and yet give that like inherent meaning to it that you know is there. I think combining those two things, like that's how most interesting environment concepts come together. Did my music service just decide that like no more music for you? That was 3 hours of music and we're done. I'm gonna do a little bit more and then I will end the stream, because I am happy with where we are thus far. I'm gonna lower the opacity of the grid, sorry for having it on, but it's so useful for me to see what I'm doing. So I'm just going to reduce the opacity here a bit. looks. Just kind of wash a little bit of blue over the distant elements to see if that can give that kind of atmospheric color perspective look to this. I'm not gonna keep it this strong, I'm just gonna use it as a soft effect. So putting that as a Gaussian blur first. And duplicate it. Try it as an overlay. Like a very light blue tint to everything in the distance. Computer memory is just like straining under my use. Please stop. I want the entrance to be definitely behind these waterfall effects, but it can be like just barely visible. When you're doing waterfalls, like there's this like huge urge to make the foam like super wide, but those sort of like foggy effects, they're only the color that light that is hitting them. And if light is not directly hitting them, then the color of the shadow is more appropriate. I can only use the pure white in here and here, because these would be the only foamy bits that would be in light. I'm gonna try and see if I can quickly turn these windows into something more interesting. I'm gonna just cut out these parts. going to just copy and paste one part, get rid of the rest, and then flip this horizontally. I tried to make it like very flat lighting so that it would work in most scenarios here. Is it weirdly offset? It kind of is. Nah, I don't care that much. I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm gonna need to bring back the drawing guide opacity so that I can do the transforms. One reason why I need to end soon is because my hard drive just won't have recording space for this if I want to turn this into a YouTube video later. Can I just cheekily do the other floor as well? It's not going to be that different, right? if somebody is starting about the copy-pasted windows, that's not the visual problem that I'm solving here. I'm sorry. It's just not the focus of this. And I do agree that like it's not that difficult to make window textures, just make more of them. But I'm just trying to focus on the park design in this stream. Sorry. Just gonna remove that one window. So nobody would build that on a hill. And then add this same color because I think it was working well as a clipping mask for this. Maybe just adjust the opacity a bit to bring in more of that detail. I'm still missing so many windows, it's kind of depressing. Okay, cheat mode Mikko, can you turn this into more windows? I'm just gonna isolate the entire texture. Maybe that could be something. And then just give the entire thing base. This is giving every one of these instances like a little bit of like handmade look as well. Usually when I do these transforms for textures like these, I try to do it like more in the foreground, because then I have bigger guides to find those kind of like rails. Then I just use the middle convert points and kind of like drive it along those rails into the right position. This is kind of like a dangerous idea. I don't know if this will work, but I'm gonna try to just nudge this along the pink lines into the other side of the building, which is not going to be the right perspective. But this far in the distance, I think I just might get away with this. Not sure. This set of windows is going to the right side building that is like just off the main area. But having this level of detail, I think it's really gonna help sell the detail elsewhere in the piece. Kind of giving the viewer instructions that like, this is what I want you to see when you see those blobs of windows in the distance. Like, they're not actually gonna be there, but this is what I want you to think about when you see those blobs of windows. I'm driving it off screen, over here, and up. Just checking that I'm still on the rails. I think this corner could be a little bit nudged. I'm not missing that many windows, really. I know that this is probably the most boring part of the entire process. But some parts just are, honestly. Really can't sugarcoat it. Let's add some small shrubs pretty much everywhere. Happy little shrubs. And here by the river, I think that could make sense. You could generate some kind of like tall grass, like wetland area here, because the water isn't really flowing into this direction. It's kind of being directed elsewhere, but that's creating this kind of like wetland area. It could also be like visually interesting way to vary these spaces. Hello, Oliver. Currently, I'm not running any concept art classes at the moment, but we have art assignments on this channel membership all the time. Currently, we just started a new art assignment yesterday, where the main topic is shape design, and that art assignment is going to be changing. I have 4 iterations at least planned beforehand, so they are going to get a little bit more complicated, but I recommend starting from this week's assignment. Just add that skill into your skill library. And I think it's a great way to practice drawing as well, this assignment that we started with. And we're also going to be doing feedback sessions. Those feedback sessions are going to be on the membership of this channel. And the membership of this channel is on this channel. It's not on Patreon, it's not on any other third-party website. It's going to be here, and it is here. The only third-party thing is that it is connected to Discord, but you have to be a channel member to be on there. There's an invite link on the membership side. The invite link is also in the latest community post. I literally can't stop. I think it has gotten over that hump where it's just daunting that you have so much to do that like there's no way that this is ever gonna look like a park. Least of all like a good looking one. But now it's kind of getting there. Like I can see now the path towards a good painting here. And that motivates me. And then the painting process comes like weirdly like addictive. I thought that like here there could be like an interesting route that it's just like among these like shrubs. Which is something that I don't have elsewhere. Okay, now even OBS Studio like disconnected, which means that like the entire system might be like kind of like creaking under the pressure somehow. So maybe now would be a good time to thank everybody for joining this stream and seeing the design process that I have for like concept art pieces. And now I could have like done a concept art environment piece on pretty much anything without limitations, but I think using Pokémon ZA like as kind of like a base, because it gives us limitations on like what kind of colors can I use, like how can I get that mood of the game in an environment concept piece, and just like kind of like base boundaries on for design on what you can and what you can't do. The world already is what it is, so you can just kind of like try your best to follow those rules in these sort of things. which I think is an interesting design challenge. It's not something to run away from, but I think that's interesting. And honestly, this is the first time that I have done this idea of like doing an imaginary like environment design for an existing game. But I have been thinking about this for a really long time. So, and there are plenty of games that I have played that I thought like this would be an interesting place to do a video of environment design on. So if this is something that you would actually like me to do on this channel, please let me know, because I know that it's kind of like outside what I normally do in these. But this is something that as weird it is to say this, I have some experience in, and I know like what makes a good environment based on my experience in the game industry. And it's just kind of like fun to puzzle solve like through these different elements. I have to say that I love Pokemon games, but one thing that kind of like made me absolutely do this is that I saw like, I was trying to look for like, what does the environment concept art look for Pokemon ZA or like any of the Pokemon games, and I saw like one concept art piece from X and Y, and I thought that, okay, like this is a bar that I can reach, so let's do this. Because you can tell that that was a concept art piece, it wasn't a promotional art piece. more shadows. Shadows are also always an opportunity for just like a little bit of more visual appeal. And just finding that road and then alpha locking it, and on this road I'm going to just fill in the shadow color for these. I think this is an easy way to add a lot of mood, and it just sells that idea. Sorry, like for example here, these shadows that are overlapping the road, kind of connecting those. And that's an easy way to kind of like sell this idea of a shadow color. Also loved, like back when I was doing character designs, I loved doing this on like patterns so much, like I way overdid it all the time. I've been going at such a fast pace for this entire live stream that I'm just gonna do like one small, frivolous, fun thing for myself. a little bit of bling. It's not gonna harm anybody. I think I deserve it. I'm adding flowers to the areas where I think that flowers would kind of like easily bloom. Like here, like near the wetland water area, I'm adding like one color, but I'm trying to keep this as kind of like a signal for what kind of flowers would be in what kind of zones near water here. But then switching into a different color for other areas to kind of like establish some kind of like internal logic. This is a higher up place, so the different flower species. The iPad is so hot, like you wouldn't believe. Okay, so if Game Freak called and asked me to do a park design for ZA or as an environment concept, this is probably the first thing that I would send them. And then if they would like this, I would go into crazy rendering detail, but I am going to finish this painting because I like it and I'm going to use it in a video. Okay. Thank you for everybody who joined this stream, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye!